All right. Where's my note? Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular board meeting, October 26, 2021. I will call the meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. Clerk Kazakos, would you please call roll?
Yes, Alan Brooks,
Present.
Jesse Espinosa,
Present.
Shane Smith,
Present.
Bertie Oliveras Kidwell,
I'm here.
and Jessica Kazakis. I am here.
Thank you. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, President. Ms. Olivares Kidwell. Buenas tardes a todos. Si usted nos está viendo y necesita interpretación en español, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. Bei Oloman Huang, an Hetzi me pita Mao Yibu in one salang. So me chim to fan wana, tota factory lundinia fang, Jan Hill Globe, the Gin Mien. So chim to Fiazang Jutona, that chat o, Lansing.
Nyajong we are John from her to Tailund the MCSD School District. Kunyajo who bore Luchon Shitano, Lutelucho, Pejatu, Consent to Condo, Pelu Jeja, Sahel, Lumon, Yaka Sanko, Kutselucho, her session, no to go on a team of Saitonyo, who can't jump that like screaming click at the Mong Shia. Kamoluno touches Sangha, no Timochon, the car globe icon to show what the chat, Yato can't jump that like scream. Ochanda, back to you, Madam President.
Thank you to each of you for your support as always. Let it be noted that board member Jessica Kazakos is participating remotely from the following location: 1901 Foltz Court, Merced, California, 95341. Phone number 209-261-5092. At this time, we move to closed session topics. Our closed session topics are public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, title interim superintendent, public employee appointment, reassignment, discipline, dismissal, release, and/or complaint, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and/or significant exposure to litigation, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with labor negotiator regarding negotiations with the Merced City Teachers Association and California School Employees Association, Chapter 530, conference with real property negotiator. At this time in the meeting, the public is invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board in accordance with board policy on the items listed for the closed session only. There will be an opportunity again for public comment when we return to open session. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual or a total of 20 minutes unless timelines are waived by a majority of the board. Ms. Winiger, do we have any callers for closed session items?
We have no callers at this time, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Winiger. We will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. We apologize for the delay. We will call open session to order at 7:41 PM. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting that at least a portion of the MCSD board meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, and that board member Jessica Kazakos is in Merced, California, and is participating by teleconference. In accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, the teleconference location has been identified in the notice and agenda for this meeting. I would now like to request that trustee Jessica Kazakos respond to the following questions to confirm matter for the record. Ms. Kazakos, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Have you posted the agenda at the location where you are?
Yes.
Is your location reasonably accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate in this teleconference from your location if he or she wished to do so?
Yes.
Is there any member of the public there with you who would like to participate in the public comment portion of this meeting or otherwise address any agenda item for this meeting?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. I would now like to ask that any member of the board to speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear trustee Kazakos. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all board members present have indicated that they were able to hear trustee Kazakos clearly. I would now like to advise the board and clerk that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. The Merced City School District Board of Education resumes in-person meetings starting tonight and continues to offer a virtual option for those that prefer to participate remotely. This is actually the second in-person meeting. Just want to make that correction. In line with public health guidance, all safety precautions are required for those attending in person. Masks must be worn regardless of vaccine status for the duration of the meeting. For COVID-19 safety guidelines, an in-person capacity limit of 60 people will be implemented. To enable public comment and translation services both in person and remotely, all public comment will be taken during item 6A, public comment period, directly after the superintendent's report. This time is for general public comments and/or comments on any specific agenda item. I will also make an announcement when we are ready to open for public comment. For those who are here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment, state your name for the record, then share your comment and/or identify which agenda item you're addressing, then comment. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. In order to maximize community input, we may exercise the right to reduce the per person speaking time if necessitated by a large number of speakers. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID 886-8631-9774. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live meeting. Thank you for your patience as we strive to hear all voices, both in person and remote, and we work diligently to be as effective and efficient as possible. Clerk Kazakos, would you please call roll?
Shane Smith,
Present.
Alan Brooks,
Present.
Jesse Espinoza,
Present.
Gordy Oliveras Kidwell,
I'm here.
Jessica Kazakos, I'm here.
Would the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, President Ms. Olivares Kidwell. Buenas noches a todos. Si usted se encuentra en persona en la reunión de la mesa directiva o nos está viendo y necesita interpretación simultánea al español durante la sesión, por favor, seleccione el idioma en la parte inferior de su pantalla y haga clic en el globo donde dice Spanish o español. Gracias.
Thank you. 那些为招 Oliver 嘅話講大約話，每日蒙學當quyền揸時聰明幹一門，本人做面別帶查lang and 查龍 computer 網一部查lang，誒真本地個嘅病嘢共幹立大嘢嚟，一種別查lang當一面而做當真幫面啲，ไม่ควรตุป้า幫啲เฟียแฟม幫誒 COVID 嚟嘢別查lang嘅จังโห而สมปุ่นเจดังหลุดจลานเวลาปุ่นหลังโจเมียนมาช้างทานถ้าเราตัวหายในบุคคลเนี่ยว่าอีบุปุ่น superintendent ของดังหรือถ้าต้องกงโป agenda เสียวันแต่ปุ่นหลังโจเมียนของทำไมค่อยจังโหเนาะแม่กองอันนี้ตู้เนี่ยมันคุ้นฟีเจนะ agenda ถ้าจังโห 你不讲话音在不咩，同你讲，咪讲嘢话啦，系啊，就半头半半行。我要接系寻到谈嘢话，是讲咪寻到讲话呢，一部咪嚟半真字到讲嘢话，是讲到用 computer 望一部ฉลาง要讲话呢，拖后面也จู่ตัวจัวแปะจู่เหตุปัวหรือจัด ID number เหตุปัวอีเสียปยาเปียอีดัวจู่ดัวจัดหรือ ID number นี่ปัวไม่เปียจัวเนี่ยชงจัวทำให้จังหก讲话你不是在后面冷静
nhớ rằng quý nhà trong phòng hơi từ Thái Lan the MCSD School District cũng nhớ cho hulu trong sĩ thảo nó lời Thái Lan cho bây giờ tu công sinh của tu công đó bây giờ giờ Thái Lan mong giờ có sáng của Thái Lan cho có session nó cho có nó chỉ một chỗ hulu căn trong đó lại screen click ở tầm mong là chỉ giờ có một lần nữa chỉ nó chỉ một chỗ đó họ global conquer show the chat nhớ cho hulu căn trong đó lại screen chỉ tao mong nó the MCSD School District luôn Board of Education cho trong sĩ thảo cho các cái sĩ thảo cho in person là ha continue to offer virtual book cùng sai tao nhớ chú hú lúc trong sĩ thảo của thứ dù cho lệ public health guidance thằng cho cái safety precaution yên yếu chủ chú sĩ cho cái yếu tổ công in person yếu chủ tao đông mask chỉ là chú cái tham cho lúc sĩ hàng đó thảo lúc trong sĩ thảo cho lệ COVID-19 có cái safety guidelines cái tôn hình tổ công in person capacity chỉ bút của thao cho tu tôn hình yếu của tao cho public cái tờ số hà lu ha chạy lu cho all in person ha remotely thằng cho cái public tờ số ha hà lu yếu cái cho thầu item chào cứ yếu lu chạy public tờ số hà lu period nhớ cho tao căng thầu the to superintendent report thằng cho lu sáng đó yếu cái cho general public tờ số hà lu ha là yếu tờ số cho so specific agenda item cú là yên yếu chăng ta thảo cứ bé ban chỉ khi cho public ta số lu halu cho cứ yếu họ nhớ cho no in person thằng chỉ nhớ cho ta căn da lu podium lu ta số halu thảo ha có lu bé ha cho hu record je ta số halu da có cho lu ha da nhớ cho hu lại agenda item có item từ có thằng su je thảo ta số cho con da có mua bên nào thì lu nên nó thằng su có cho lu board cho cuộc short lâu nên nó tao tờ chú ý bé déjà exercise khó right lu chú khó cái hà lu đã tu tôi nên lu sĩ hợp vì ta nên nó cho tôi nên lo yên tô cùng trong hành cho virtual cứ nhớ cho hú lu trong sĩ thảm cho bé ha sang public tờ số hà lu thọ hú y cho tiêu sử dụng cho ý bé ha nên nó đầu nên nó lúc trong市場對 ID number 二bé ở hàng chip lâu ở tiêu rồi dùng một cái cho nhớ cho hú nên nó chẳng waiting room một種要做頭佢lúc trong市場可以談做 live 我講到做佢nên nó có lúc時候佢我lúc想都定下bé上台談錯我靠攞談錯我靠 in person 哈 remote 哈我好累是要老幫助從你做到呢個我到做嘅 possible thank you back to Madam President.
Thank you. And with our apologies, and again, our request for patience, the meeting ID was incorrect. The meeting ID is 833-2754-2969. 833-2754-2969. I believe it will be put up on screen. If each of the community outreach specialists would read it in your respective language, starting with Mr. Lucas, please.
Gracias. Thank you. Hay una corrección y clarificación sobre la identificación de la reunión que es 833-2754. Gracias.
Thank
It's
you.
I'm sorry, it's 833-2754-2969.
Chàng bộ con
2969. 833-2754-2969 es el número de identificación de la reunión. Gracias.
Thank you.
lãnh diện chàng con của ID number là con số nhé nhưng bộ ID number là hiện bùa y xìa bia bia y đu chú đùa lãnh diện
to ID number 要二八八二向接包2999，一向子二八八二向接包2999。
Thank you. Thank you to each of you for making that correction. Trustee Kazakos, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, if everybody would please stand. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Kazakos. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. At this time, board members may report on activities such as school visits, meetings, and conferences. Trustee Smith.
Thank you. While doing my best to weather a work storm that didn't abate until almost 11:59 last Friday night, I did have a number of conversations over email and telephone with folks about issues ranging from combo classes to student discipline to mandatory vaccination. And I appreciate all the feedback I received in the process of setting up some meetings for the next couple of weeks. I do want to report that Interim Superintendent Collins and I had a very productive collaborative meeting with representatives of the high school district about working together to unlock several $1 million from the Moraga JPA for the benefit of kids and families that live in Moraga, and look forward to briefing the full board and the public as that process moves forward. And I think that's my report for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Espinoza.
Thank you, President Oliver Kidwell. I continued my visits with the principals, and I had a lively discussion with Mr. Hernandez from Franklin Elementary. So I appreciate his discussion in that. I additionally attended a budget subcommittee meeting with President Oliver Kidwell, in which some of the material will be on this meeting tonight. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Espinoza. Trustee Brooks.
Thank you, President. I attended a men's breakfast at St. Matthew's Church on 10/20, and then also on 10/20 attended the Adam Gray fundraiser at the Vista. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Trustee Kazakos.
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I attended the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Installation and Person of the Year Awards. I attended the vaccination clinic, both at Hoover Middle School and at Tenaya Middle School. And I extend a huge amount of gratitude to our partners at Golden Valley Health Centers. I also attended with Trustee Espinoza the budget subcommittee meeting, and I just want to send out some kudos there because the information on the budget has been put into a format that could be understood. If I can understand it, anyone can. It was very well done. So thank you for that and for making it accessible. Attended the MCOE fundraiser for Camp Green Meadows. It was an Oktoberfest. It was virtual, so we drove up and picked up our food, and just want to commend them on being able to pivot during this time. I continued and concluded the Community Police Academy, which concluded with a ride along for me. Got to see a lot of different areas in Merced and interact with some very interesting members of our community. But just a shout out to our men and women in the uniform for all they do for us on a daily basis. Also had the pleasure to attend the job fair right here in this STEAM center, where we had, what was our final number? I mean, at least 100 would be my guess. At least 100 people coming in interested in applying for employment to our district. A lot of wonderful candidates. So I hope we will get some hires out of there. And just kudos for the folks that put that on, because it was tremendous. It was well organized, well attended, lots of food, lots of information, and a big shout out to our IT department, who at the minute went and set up enough laptops so that any applicant that came in and wanted to fill in an online application were able to do so right then, right there. So big shout out to our IT department. Thank you for that. And that concludes my report. We now move on to the superintendent's report. Interim Superintendent, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, trustees. Just piggybacking on what Madam President just shared, we had a successful hiring fair last week, and we're grateful for the many members of our community who attended. And we're excited that probably quite a few of them are going to be joining our team. We are now focused on continuing our momentum and getting through the hiring process so that we can fill those positions that we have open as quickly as possible. We also had successful parent conferences for elementary schools last week, and middle school conferences began yesterday. It has been a great opportunity for teachers to engage with parents so we can continue to partner for student success. Another exciting event happening this week is our information night for our teachers that are interested in the reading and literacy added authorization in partnership with Fresno Pacific University. This effort is something I'm really proud of, and I'm excited to see how it will directly impact instruction and our students. We have over 80 teachers who've shown interest, and we expect probably to be able to fill our first cohort and be ready to start in January of next year. We are excited to bring back our school showcase tonight, starting tonight. There are many great things happening in our school sites, and it's an opportunity to highlight our schools and celebrate their successes. Principal Satera from Burbank Elementary will be presenting tonight. Thank you, Madam President, and for the opportunity to share.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Collins. We move on to our school showcase. As mentioned by Mr. Collins, we now look to Principal Jill Satera.
Good evening, distinguished board members, Mr. Collins, district and site personnel, Merced City School District families, and other community members. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to showcase the important work happening at Burbank Elementary School. The pandemic has been difficult on everyone, and we are humbled by the work we are currently doing and the work that is ahead of us. What we absolutely know to be true is that in person at our schools is the best place for our students to connect with each other and to learn. I can assure you that the team at Burbank rolled up our sleeves and dove into the work. It takes much work to reestablish solid foundations and systems. A Q1 priority for Burbank Elementary was focusing on rebuilding connections, student to student and student to staff. Reflecting on where we were on the first day of school until now, you can really see how far we've all come. I am so incredibly proud of the team at Burbank for stepping up, from taking on additional responsibilities in the office, working extra hours, making sure our students are fed, keeping our campuses clean, growing our facility with much needed additional space, attending to contact tracing protocols, providing additional fiscal support to make sure that we at the sites have what we need, supporting each other through the many COVID safety protocols. It has taken our whole Merced City School District community to transition back successfully. Slide. At Burbank, our commitment is laser focused on students. We accept that many things were outside of our control last year during distance learning and the pandemic. We know it was incredibly difficult for our students, our teachers, and our families. It is Burbank's steadfast commitment to our students and to their families to keep them safe and to promote their learning. Part of the first layer is reestablishing school-wide routines and procedures and communicating those school-wide expectations for our students. It means ensuring additional staff on the yard during unstructured time. It means active supervision by all staff members. Reestablishing our PBIS systems and employing the conscious discipline philosophy and mindset is part of the base layer that helps all students succeed. MCSD has provided our teachers with training and support in these areas so that they can support our students. Yesterday, Burbank had their on-site coaching with Jenny, the trainer from Conscious Discipline. It was amazing to have her on campus to come on site and model lessons in the classrooms and demonstrate the conscious discipline approach on the yard. In order to succeed and to continue to win for our students, it means that we have the support of our full-time counselors. Thank you. Our psychologists, our BCBAs, and our Aspiranet mental health clinicians. A thank you to that team and to all the teachers and everyone that works at Burbank for helping to support our students' social and emotional well-being. This includes weekly social emotional lessons that are provided to our classroom teachers by our school counselor. Students are able to access a link to let our counselor know if they need to talk with her or just to check in. Burbank will be reopening our PBIS Dolphin Academy in the second semester, and we're excited to bring that back. Slide. Equity means giving each person what they need in order to survive. It does not mean that we have a one-size-fits-all approach. That's the MTSS system for academic and behavior. In Tier 1, everyone gets something. Most of our students their needs are met in Tier 1, 80%. It's high quality, best first teaching, some small groups, and most of their needs can be managed in the general education classroom. With Tier 2 is a little bit more help with reteaching, small group, classroom one-on-ones with instructional assistants, instructional assistants to provide either social or academic support. This supports about 15% of our student population. And then Tier 3 is our most intensive students and our most intensive level of support. That's about 5%. And that's small group or one-on-one instructional support, primary language support in their first language, could even be special ed. Why has Burbank chosen this year to focus on PBIS and conscious discipline as our top priorities? If you've ever been in a first-year teacher's classroom, or if you've ever been a first-year classroom teacher, if you don't get the management down, the rest will not follow. You will be playing whack-a-mole all year long. We did not think that would be a good way to roll out coming back to in-person at Burbank, so we've decided to lay that first foundation, the behavior part, down first, so that students are safe on the playground, they're safe in the classrooms, and their needs are being attended to so that when they're in the classroom, they are able to focus on the instruction and not on behaviors. All right, next slide, please. This is a video of Mrs. Wallery's fourth grade GATE class reciting the Burbank Pledge that their class wrote. Please enjoy. Again.
I am a Burbank dolphin. Every time I am on campus, I follow the swim rules. I show respect, work hard, interact positively, and make a difference every day. I am a Burbank dolphin. I am a Burbank scholar. I am present to learn new information. I have stamina to work through hard things without giving up. I may get frustrated, but I can persevere. I am a Burbank scholar. I am a proud Burbank dolphin. I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in the way I interact with other people. I am proud of who I am. I am a proud Burbank dolphin.
I am a lucky principal. Next slide. And this is actually part of PBIS, is, developing things like pledges. Burbank's prior to the pandemic, Burbank was a platinum PBIS school, and we were in year 3 of conscious discipline. It doesn't mean that after the pandemic and we came back that we're at that same level. We have had to go back and reestablish some systems and build things back up. So that's what we're doing. I just want to share just a moment. Most of everyone knows what PBIS is, but if in the event that there's someone in this room that doesn't know what that is, it stands for Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. It's an evidence-based 3-tiered system to improve and integrate all of the data systems and practices affecting school outcomes every day. PBIS creates schools where all students succeed. Conscious Discipline is a social emotional learning program. It helps us see how we respond to upset and understand our emotions and how to regulate ourselves when we are triggered. In short, it teaches us how to be conscious as adults of what we are saying to children and what behaviors we are modeling for them. Next slide. As you can see, we have students working with high tech. In the third picture that's on that slide, you can see a student sitting right next to each other, working high tech and low tech in the same classroom with the computer and paper and pencil. We are also reteaching soft skills such as coloring, tricycle riding, fine and gross motor. It's so refreshing to go outside and see structured PE every day for our students. Next slide. Slide, please. The pandemic was hard on all of us, and we really missed being together at school. Although there have been some bumps along the way, it has been challenging. We have seen tremendous growth from the first day of school until now. And it's been encouraging to see our school community come together to support one another. We have all had to adjust to the COVID protocols, quarantining, testing, and helping one another get through some of these difficult challenges. But a huge thank you to the Burbank parents who have been just so incredibly supportive. It's not easy to get a call and say, no, you have to take your kid for testing or your student has to quarantine. And our parents have been great. Sometimes they're irritated, but as we've been doing this for a while, we all are getting through this and we are following the systems. Next slide. The data. So these are the first the district performance assessment data from DPA 1. The data is what it is. Students are where they are in TK through second grade. We have less than 10% of our students that scored in the red, which means 90% of our TK through second grade students are in green or yellow. We can do that. We can do this. We know what to do. That's what we've always done. We can take the number wherever it is and take it to the next level because that's what we do. That's what we do. 1 out of 3 students in grade 3 scored in the red, but that also means 2/3 scored in yellow or green. I can look at the data in a negative or positive way. It just is what it is. And I'm excited to look at the data when we take the second DPA and see how much growth our students have made since they've been back in person and being instructed. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. The numbers in math are even less, a little less positive. However, prior to the pandemic, the language arts scores were higher than the math scores. So these trends don't surprise me. In TK and kindergarten, we don't have any students in the red right now. 1 out of 5 in grade 1 are in the red, 2 out of 5 in grade 2, 1 out of 2 in grade 3, 1 out of 3 in grade 4, 2 out of 5 in grade 5, and 1 out of 2 in grade 6. We have our work cut out for us in math, but we can do it. Next slide. This year, I mentioned earlier, Burbank's areas of focus: conscious discipline, PBIS, culturally and linguistically relevant teaching, and diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as early literacy. Next slide. Lastly, I am grateful for the day-to-day interactions I have with students each day. This is my 27th year in education and my 24th year with Merced City School District. I am honored to serve the students in our community and for the many relationships I have built throughout the years. Last slide. I am proud to be part of MCSD. I want to say that we have a lot to be proud of this year. We continue to stay the course because progress is following. Thank you.
Thank you for being our first school showcase after a long hiatus.
I was very nervous.
You did great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now we move on to public comment. The public is invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board in accordance with Board Policy 9323. Topics not on the agenda which are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the superintendent and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. State law prohibits the board from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes on an item or a total of 20 minutes per item unless timelines are waived by a majority of the board. In our last regular board meeting, due to a timing issue, the first speaker was interrupted. And I thank her for accepting our apology. And the issue was corrected for all subsequent speakers. However, tonight, that speaker will be granted 1 extra minute during public comment period. And again, our apologies for the technical issue. So with that, I would remind any callers on the line to mute your YouTube feed and to press *6 to unmute yourself when you begin to speak. We have no callers. At this time, I would invite any in-person speakers to step up to the podium. Please state your name for the record and address the board if you wish.
I'm Tammy Trost, and I'd like to speak about the mandates for the vaccine for the children.
Thank you.
I've been a business owner in Merced for 30 years, and I'm just here to speak for the children. I just think that we need to protect our children. We need to protect our freedom. The children, actually, I've looked at a lot of statistics. I've done a lot of reading. I've done a lot of research for the last 1.5 years on all of this COVID and vaccine and everything. The children actually have a 0.02% chance of dying of COVID if they contract it. And I just have a lot of quotes here that I'd like to speak about. There's a lot of things that I agree with here, and so I'd just like to share these things. Some of the statistics are 40% of Black males who have had the vaccine who are 30 years old and younger, 40% of them have had serious heart issues. 12% of white males, 30 years old and younger, have had serious heart issues after the vaccine. Okay, so that includes kids. It's 30 and under, 30 years old and under. So what's happening here is we are having information withheld from us. And withholding information is the essence of tyranny. Control of the flow of information is the tool of a dictatorship. Authority that cannot be questioned is tyranny. Here's a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor political nor popular, but because his conscience tells him it is right. So I'm just here to speak for freedom. Again, I was here a couple of weeks ago and I wasn't prepared. I didn't have anything written. But here's another quote: all tyrannies operate through fear. Throughout history, the men and women who have advanced the cause of freedom are those who were not afraid.
30 seconds.
And I am not afraid. So we need to question authority. We need to question what's really going on here. There's a lot going on here that is being kept from us. I am pro-health and I am pro-freedom. We have the basic God-given freedom to choose what goes in our bodies and into our children's bodies, common sense. So far there's 10,000 documented deaths already.
Thank you, Speaker.
Hundreds
Your
of
time is
thousands of terrible
Your time
reactions
has
and
elapsed.
injuries have
Thank
been
you, Speaker.
reported. VAERS, VAERS.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, would you please state your name for the record and address the board if you wish?
Hello, this is Mark Herforth. I'm a sixth grade teacher at Burbank Elementary. And I'm just here to, I saw how excited all of you were a couple weeks ago about Camp Green Meadows. And Burbank will be the first school to be going to Camp Green Meadows this year on November 15th. And I would like to invite all of you to help us chaperone. And anybody from the district office as well is welcome to help chaperone. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. Would you please reset the timer for 4 minutes? 4 minutes.
Good evening, trustees. I'm
Just a moment,
Christiana.
please. We're going to reset your timer.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, wait.
Thank you. Okay. Please state your name for the record and address the board if you wish.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Christiana Jones. I have something for the board to consider. I was sent an email from district leadership that stated unvaccinated employees who fail to comply or refuse weekly testing from requirements present a risk to the health and safety of other staff and students. Failure to comply with weekly testing will result in an exclusion from work, dockage of pay, and disciplinary actions. I believe there's persecution going on against employees who've made the personal health decision not to get vaccinated. We've learned that the vaccine still allows roughly 1/3 of those who receive it to spread the Delta variant. So I don't understand the assumption that unvaccinated people pose a unique risk in comparison to the vaccinated. The CDC tells us those who are vaccinated are more likely to be asymptomatic and thus unaware if they're spreading the virus. About a month before my daughter was scheduled to get her varicella vaccine, she got chickenpox from a daycare provider. The provider had shingles and knew to go home right away. Imagine if she had not had symptoms, how many more might have been infected had she stayed at work? The Delta variant is about as contagious as chickenpox. So it's likely asymptomatic vaccinated staff with COVID can still spread the virus. In fact, a vaccinated colleague was told she could return to work after her child tested positive with COVID. She tested as a precaution and found she was also positive. Had she come back to work as the district advised, she could have infected others. And unless an employee has gotten their booster, those vaccinated early are less likely to have antibodies against the virus, yet weekly testing is not being required for them. Having different requirements for employees seems less like we are trying to stop the spread and more like we are illogically following the overreach of the government's discriminatory requirements. These rules are coercing employees into complying with a health procedure that many believe should be tested for longer, more appropriate period of time before being pushed on the masses. COVID, though serious, is often not deadly to low-risk individuals. There are effective treatments against it outside of the vaccine, although I'm glad the vaccine is available for those who want to get it. When the district has specialized privileges and unnecessary burdens given out and enforced upon employees based on their personal health decisions, shouldn't there be equal application of the rules based on the science? The district has provided us with trainings and meetings, including our kickoff this year, that clearly state that systems can be systemically corrupt and that my silence and complacency in such matters makes me guilty. Right now, there's a teacher who has served the district for over 30 years who is being forced to stay home from work without pay because she morally cannot allow herself to be illogically discriminated against and engage in weekly testing. If you can justify different weekly testing, masking, and quarantine timelines for vaccinated and unvaccinated employees, please email me. If you cannot explain that, then ask yourself, are you being complicit with the persecution of this school district employee? You may have the excuse that your hands are legally tied, but your voices are not. It's time to call out the system, follow the lead of the MUHSD board, ask questions, challenge the authority. Anyone can blindly follow what the state tells them to do, but we elected a board for leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have no callers. Are there any other public speakers? Thank you. We move on to item 8A, the trustee boundary analysis report. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. Try that again. Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, we have with us Ken Reynolds from SchoolWorks. As the board is aware, after the census is completed in the United States, there needs to be, we need to revisit the trustee boundary areas. And so the district retains SchoolWorks and Ken Reynolds to review our trustee boundary areas. And tonight is the first presentation to share the information that Ken has found in review after the census data was collected. So I will turn this over to Mr. Ken Reynolds.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight we have a short presentation to share with the board the results of the 2020 census data. So we have, there we go. As a quick introduction, the trustee areas to comply with election law need to have equal representation. So to achieve that, the requirement is to have an equal population for each of the trustee areas. And that needs to be reviewed every 10 years when the new census, full census comes out. And so with the recent release of the 2020 census, we have all of the data ready and are going to share that with you this evening. The possible results will be to calculate the peak deviation. If that peak deviation is less than 10%, then it's considered to be balanced. If it's greater than 10%, we'll either need to make some changes to bring it into compliance or implement brand new maps. Education Code 5019.5 outlines the requirement to go through this process. And there is a deadline of February 28th to complete the process. So this slide is just, again, for information, talks about the steps we've done as your demographer in order to present the results tonight. We've collected all of the census data and its geographies and did the calculations based on your current trustee areas to do the calculations for tonight. This slide just shows your current trustee areas. So each area we represented by a separate color. And so as you're aware, the voters from each of these areas vote for the board member representing that area. And this is the result of our initial analysis. This table shows the total population by trustee area. So within the district boundaries, there were 90,799 total population as of the 2020 census. We divide that by the 5 trustee areas, our ideal population would be 18,160 for each trustee area. When we compare the actual population to the ideal population, that is how we determine the deviation. Areas 1 and 2 were larger than the ideal population. Areas 3, 4, and 5 were smaller than the ideal population. When we compare the smallest to the largest, the difference was 4,992. And that equates to a 27% peak deviation. So we are over that 10% limit. We've looked at 50 districts here in the Central Valley, and out of all of those, only 2 had less than 10%. So enough changes occurs every 10 years that it looks like the majority of districts will need to go through the process of rebalancing. The census data also has a lot of additional details on demographics. This chart, for your reference, the top section shows the total population by the various racial ethnic categories. The middle section shows the 18 and over or adult population. And then the bottom section is the citizen voting age population. Now that CVAP section is based on a survey and is not a full comprehensive census like the top 2 sections. Again, this is all the data that's available at this point, and we broke it down by the trustee areas. So a quick summary, we'll need to go through this rebalancing process to get a peak deviation down below 10%. And you have until March 1st to approve a new map. Or the county committee would then be required to rebalance your trustee areas for you. So with that, I'd love to open it to any comments from the board.
Thank you. Thank you. The first question, would you please clarify the difference between the February 28th date and the March 1st date?
Well, the March 1st date is the date at which the county committee takes over and is charged with balancing your trustee areas. So we need to know if we approve something by February 28th, we can make the notification by the March 1st deadline.
Thank you for the clarification. So essentially our deadline should be prior to February 28th.
Correct. Yeah, basically a February board meeting would be the latest action you could take.
Thank you. Trustee Smith, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much for your presentation. Few questions. Are you getting your citizen voting age data from PDI, from Political Data Incorporated?
No, it comes also from the census, the American Community Survey.
Okay, so it's all within the census.
Correct.
Is the standard, I'm trying to understand the standard that we have to meet. Is it simply just balanced population between the trustee areas?
Correct. That is the overriding standard, is to have equal representation, which is based on total population.
Are there, this strikes me as being different from, say, drawing city council maps, which I got to do in Merced back in 2015. Are there no other factors or standards that we're trying to meet, like compactness, maintaining communities of interest together, that kind of thing? Is it really just balanced population?
That is the overriding factor. That, as you're aware from your other work, the Fair Maps Act does not apply to school districts, so we don't have all those additional requirements. However, we do still strive to keep most of those goals in place in terms of communities of interest, and try and keep the areas as compact and as simple as possible, so it's a defined area that's easily represented.
And is that sort of your approach? We're trying to achieve balanced population within the 10% standard, but keep parts of town together, so to speak, and come up with districts that are trustee areas that look like regular geometric shapes.
Yes, and in addition, the other factors that we're looking at would be, obviously minimizing change, because you like to keep your current areas. And in addition to that, we are allowed to look at the location where the board members live, so that we don't purposefully pair incumbents.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't be in favor of using redistricting to change the composition of the board. On the other hand, as you probably know, Mr. Reynolds, the trustee map that we have is sort of the first by trustee area map after the district switched from at-large elections.
Correct.
And there's some weird shapes in our current map to try to reach where trustees were living to achieve the first goal I said, which is not kicking people out of their seats by remapping. I don't expect you to have an answer. I think I would be curious to know if there's a way that we can maybe smooth over some of the weird protrusions in our trustee areas while we look for balanced population between them.
I can definitely take that into account.
So I appreciate the discussion. That's all the questions I have for now, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Brooks.
No, you kind of answered my question. You try to have as less impact as possible on the districting. So I'm pretty sure none of the schools or anything like that will be impacted on the area which the trustee is in charge of.
Correct. Yeah, the trustee areas are used simply for election purposes. It's not for attendance purposes. And as you know, that you're representing the entire district when you're a board member.
Gotcha. So is it as simple as, and I'm just throwing out numbers, is it as simple as taking, 2,000 from the area that was 4,000 over and splitting that up, or is it harder than that?
It can be harder. We're basing the drawings on the census block geographies, and the census blocks this time around were done through a computerized process, whereas in the past it's always been done by hand. So we've run across some interesting anomalies and challenges, but so when we're trying to move the right number of population, depending on the actual population per block, it can get challenging.
Thank you for your answers. No further questions.
Thank you. Trustee Kazakos.
Nothing, thank you.
Trustee Espinoza.
Thank you, President Alvarez Kidwell. And thank you for the presentation. You pretty much answered my question already, but I'll ask it anyways. So my area and Trustee Smith's area has too many people. So say the reboundary looks like, and I know you said that you try not to do it, but say it looks like it's going to displace one of us from our seats. Would we have any length of time to say move to another house in the district and retain our seat, or would we exclusively be forced to run another campaign?
So legally, what happens if you are no longer in your trustee area, you do maintain your seat for your term. And so it would just be when the next election cycle comes up that you would be impacted.
I see. Okay. Well, then that answers all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It appears, and with respect to what Trustee Smith said about the last boundary efforts, it appears that there's been some balance, and I know we represent all schools in our district, not just in our areas, but it appears that there was some balance amongst the number of schools per trustee area. Is that a consideration when you're doing these redistricting efforts?
We usually have several different options when we're doing the maps, and so each one will weight one criteria more than the other. And so if you want us to consider a scenario where we consider the number of schools in each area, that's definitely possible. Some districts, have even asked us to look at the number of students in each area. So yeah, we get some different requests and different priorities.
Very good. Thank you. If there are no further questions, we don't have any. I'm sorry, Trustee Smith, did you have something?
Just going to ask, do we need to take any action to say go, or what are we looking for?
No, this is just information at this point. Our next steps was we'll bring you maps for your review. And at that point, you'll want public comment. And then probably a meeting after that, because again, there's going to be a lot of data to review. Then you can make a decision at a board meeting following that information item.
So if I could just restate the process, you will bring us potential maps with variations. We will have some time to consider those. And then we would vote on those maps at a future board meeting, a subsequent board meeting.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, all trustees understand the process?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time tonight and the information that you've put together and explaining it to all of us and as well to our public. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you, Mr.
Have a good night.
Good night. Move on to item 8B, School Nutrition Services Report. Ms. Mary Williams, please.
Good evening, President Oliveras Kidwell, trustees, colleagues, and community members. I'm thankful for this opportunity to share some information with you about our department this evening. Next slide, please. A little history. 75 years ago, our lunch program was signed into law by President Harry Truman as a way to safeguard the health and well-being of children. 20 years later, in 1966, our breakfast program began. Today, over 30 million students participate in the breakfast and lunch programs nationwide. We recognize the importance of these programs during National School Lunch Week in October, as we just celebrated, and the National School Breakfast Week in March. Next slide, please. Our food service program is a self-supporting department with over 80 in our team at 17 cafeterias, 1 packaging center, our warehouse, office staff, and our substitutes. We will continue to operate under a universal meal program where breakfast and lunch are free to all students, regardless of income. California was the first state to adopt this program. We offer breakfast after the bell at elementary schools and second chance breakfast at our middle schools. Grab and go meals for our independent study students, as well as free super snacks to students enrolled in our after school programs. CDE audits our program, our department, every 5 years, and the county health department conducts a yearly facility and food safety inspection at all of our sites. Next slide, please. Our breakfast, lunch, and snacks are on cycle menus and are the same for every school. The differences are in how meals are served, as well as additional entree selections at the middle schools, which include pizza, cheeseburgers, and chicken sandwiches. We do our best to follow the menus, but this year we are experiencing last-minute substitutions due to major supply chain disruptions, unplanned shortages, and limited availability on items, including paper goods. Most recently, we've been having trouble getting sporks in. So we were contemplating utensil-free menus. We offer produce bars with a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables each day, with many sourced from Central Valley farms. Students enjoy items such as strawberries, nectarines, pluots, which are 75% plum and 25% apricots, as well as coleslaw, jicama, and salads. Last year, we served over 461,000 pounds of produce. We provide special diets to students with disabilities or medical conditions. A current medical statement to request these accommodations must be completed and signed by a physician. And those forms are available on our website or with the school's nurse. Next slide, please. To receive federal reimbursement, school meal programs must offer reimbursable meals that meet strict federal nutrition standards. These standards, also referred to as the meal pattern, require schools to offer 5 components. They are fruits, vegetables, low-fat or fat-free milk, whole grains, lean protein.
Students get to choose, but must select at least 3 of these components in order to have a reimbursable meal, with one component being half a cup of produce. We currently serve about 3,000 breakfast a day and 7,000 lunch. Next slide, please. Students are served one of 2 ways in our district. 6 of our schools have speed lines or self-serve stations. The meals are prepared and packed in individual trays at Hoover Packaging 1 to 2 days ahead of the menu date, then sent to the sites to heat up. Fresh produce is prepared at the site and placed at the end of the line. Next slide. This is a picture of part of our packaging center at Hoover, where these are 2 lidding machines. Here, as you can see in the picture, food is placed into trays and then run through and sealed so that they can be heated or stored at their proper temperature. Next slide, please. This is a picture of what our speed lines do typically look like. This is at Rivera, of course. And there are hot and cold unit boxes where meals that come from Hoover then are placed in these units, and they also have salad bars at the end before the students exit once they check in at the register. Next slide. The remaining sites, 11 of them, have traditional kitchens where they are able to prepare meals at the school itself. Students are served from the kitchen counter and then go to the produce bar to select what fruit or vegetable they would like before they go to the register. Next slide, please. And this is an image or images from one day I was at Charles Wright, so that it shows the children enter and are served to go to the salad bar. And that's one of the adorable little ones eating her salad before she started anything else, which was quite impressive. Next slide, please. These are pictures from our prior taste testing. This year, we'll be sampling a few different breakfast and lunch items at our traditional kitchens. I was going to do a fall showcase, but we have representatives and it's difficult to bring people on the premises at this point. So we'll plan that for the future, but in order to continue and bring in new items, we will just, we're working on selecting them and having them brought in and sending them to our traditional kitchens so that the students can have a taste test Monday. Because our future menu considerations, of course, must meet student approval. Last slide, please. Lucky Tray Day is starting back this year and will be 1 day per month where we either place a sticker or draw a happy face on the bottom of a couple trays. These adorable faces are from our winners from pre-COVID Lucky Tray Days. Whether holiday themes or celebrating Dr. Seuss's birthday, we love the fun, love, and smiles that we get to be a part of, not only on these days, but every day. They are our why. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So Lucky Tray Days, I'm assuming that the marked tray gets a prize?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Trustee Smith, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Williams. Can you maybe explain, where does our food come from?
Where does our food come from?
Yeah, we source it from a vendor. Is it from a single vendor? Do we have multiple?
We have
supply
multiple
chains?
vendors, so we
Okay.
usually go out to bid. So normally we should have taste testing for the next year. So what we do is we would try to bring in as many different products and then from those select, because in February is when we allocate our commodities to go to those processors that those vendors would then make those products for the following year. February's plan with CDE is for the following year. So we would want to be able to select our items prior to that February deadline.
And do we spend all of the money that we get for food,
Yes.
Absent some contingency for quantity?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have one taste test per year? for the
We
kids?
have had typically one. We've had one that was the strictly just pizza taste testing.
Mhm.
Students were interested in changing the one that we had for quite a few years. The showcase would allow, or this one that I'm doing for Taste Test Mondays would probably be about 10 different items, 5 different breakfasts, 5 different lunch, one each week. So it would span for a few weeks. Ideally, I've been trying to get those items, but it's been so hard to even secure our own items
Mhm.
that I'm having a hard time. And I just don't want to randomly pick items that just because they're available for the taste test. So
Right.
we're trying our best to pick items that are appealing, are different, but are available.
I mean, it sounds like you're really focused on quality. It sounds like you're really focused on the nutritional value of the food. I have to say, feedback I get from families is that they wish the food could be more nutritious, could be higher quality. And I've never taken that as a statement that it's not well prepared or that it's hot or there isn't a lot of love that goes into every dish. And I have to admit, I see the pictures of our food service, and that food looks different from what I see sometimes. I mean, is there any thought in your department about, how can we use the same spend, the same resources, and maybe provide different, higher quality ingredients?
Yes, and the challenge then becomes the food that are at the traditional sites does not look like the food at the Speedline sites because they're prepackaged ahead of time. So you can take a simple one as orange chicken
Mhm.
that's prepared at the sites, and it smells and looks different than when it's prepared in the trays ahead of time. So sometimes, unfortunately, although it's the same menu, it doesn't look as appealing. And that is really the hard part. And what we try to work on is if it will work at those Speedline sites, because preparing in a kitchen, of course, allows for more of that appeal than it does with those meals that are in the Speedline sites. So yeah, we are looking at trying to increase and make it more appealing and of course nutritious. I'm imagining that you see yours from Chenoweth. Maybe the meals that you're comparing that you've seen at
Burbank,
traditional sites.
Peterson, but
Okay. So they should all we are looking into different ways and trying to make it more appealing and nutritious. Yes, incorporating more maybe vegetables in the entrees, but again, the outcome or the end product sometimes turns out differently when it is prepared in those packaged trays.
no, I mean, I hear you all the time at home. I get good points on taste and really poor marks on presentation. So I mean, I understand that, they're not necessarily related. And parents, I think parents understand, correct me if I'm wrong, right? The experience that we just had the last year, the food in the bag, more packaged stuff. That's not what the kids are getting at school. I guess where I'm going is, tremendous gratitude for what you and your staff do. I understand the supply issues, and you're making meals for 11,000 children 2 or 3 times a day. That's a huge undertaking, right? Complaint that I get, right or wrong, and I'm sure others do, is concerns that the kids' food is too high in fat, too high in salt. Sometimes doesn't come out in the wash the way we want it to, doesn't look like what it's supposed to. So, I mean, I would just encourage you within the parameters that you have and the budget that you have, think about, are there ways we can maybe source from a different vendor or change a process? Or, look, if you're already doing everything you can, maybe we need to do a better job communicating that back home.
Sure.
But, I think, it's my job to kind of communicate what I'm hearing and what we see. And,
Sure.
we always want to improve. So.
Yes, and all the vendors that we use and the items we select do follow. The vendors are those that are making school meals. So they have to follow the same guidelines and strict regulations. So the sodium level, the fat, and all those nutrient information about each of the products are on our website. So we can definitely look at different items. And we want them to be student selected because that is important because that's where we want. But I hear what you're saying.
Okay. No, I thank you for listening. Thank you for the presentation. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Espinoza.
Thank you for the presentations. I have no questions. Right now.
Thank you.
Trustee Brooks.
I have two questions. Do we use any local farmers or anything for our fruits and vegetables?
So we do, we go through two different companies and they source out because it's all comes prepackaged. Well, some of them are packaged, but they all work with those farmers themselves directly.
All right, and um, uh, I resemble Trustee Smith, and I really appreciate the job that you guys are doing. But how can we make your job easier? Is there anything we could do?
No. No, I think it's been the changes and as everyone in the district and nationwide, it's the pivoting, it's being flexible, and it's just the support that I get from everyone has made it easier for me and for our department. So really there are things that are out of our control that we have to pivot and change. And so there's nothing that can be done and we just work together and get through it. We have a great department, and so really I can't ask for anything more than that.
Thank you. I appreciate you. No further questions.
Trustee Kazakos.
Thank you. I want to say thank you very much to your entire department and everything that you guys do. It's greatly appreciated. Your department, like other departments in our district, have just stepped up and gone above and beyond and just make everything work day to day. So I appreciate that very much. If you'll extend my appreciation to your department. The question I had was, do you know off the top of your head, or could you get back to me if you don't, the percentage of middle school students that are eating breakfast and lunch? I know in previous years it had been a real struggle and we were kind of like almost campaigning. I even went to some of the sites, other board members at the time went to sites to see why the kids weren't eating on campus. And so I would be interested in hearing the numbers of that group of students, in particular middle school, if they're eating. And then the other question I had is if you pre-COVID, we had flavor stations where middle school students were allowed to have different healthy seasonings to add to their food. Are we still offering that?
We have just narrowed it down to tahine because it was too hard to manage in the touching. So we've stopped the different flavors. We will bring them back. It's the same as the share tray. We used to offer the share tray where the unopened, uneaten meals were placed in this area so other students can eat those things. Because of the current circumstances, we've just stopped. So tahine's the only one that's available at this point, but we will be bringing it back as soon as we're able to. And I will get the data to you. I do have the numbers of percentages for each school, so I can provide the breakfast and lunch for the middle schools.
Thank you. Do you have any idea off the top of your head if it's if more of the middle school students are eating than have before?
Actually, our numbers are down overall.
Okay.
But I can't, each school is a little different. Overall, we were serving 5,000 breakfasts. We're down to 3,000. We were serving 13,000 meals, 11,000 meals. No, we were serving 8,000 meals. I'm combining the numbers, 8,000 meals, and we're down to 7. But also our enrollment is down. So I do have the numbers per site in a spreadsheet, so I could better provide that information to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kazakos. Ms. Williams, I have a couple questions. The first, I don't know if it predates you. I know it certainly predates me. Why did we go to Speedline? And perhaps maybe Mr. Collins might be better able to answer that. Whoever. Versus traditional kitchen.
It was pretty, if I look at Stoll, there's just no room for a kitchen. So when the, Stoll or Rivera, when we tried to look into maybe adding the ovens, it would require upgrading the whole building and to be able to put an exhaust system for those ovens. So we weren't able to put ovens at that site. Stoll has been that way for as long as, because again, the speed lines offer a faster serving service because of the two, the students can enter from both sides and it requires less space.
And I don't really have anything else to add. They've been in place, my entire time in this district. at the various schools. I think it has to do, like Mary said, with logistics, speed, and facilities. In terms of, especially at some of the middle schools where you have 1,000, you at the time you had 1,000 students getting through one lunch period in 50 minutes. So.
Ms. Williams, do you have any numbers with regards to not just the number of meals taken, but the number of meals actually eaten with regards to the amount of trash and waste that occurs?
So the amount of numbers served
versus eaten. I don't know how you would be able to measure that other than weighing the trash, but I
Yeah.
know from my time volunteering that there were days when the trash cans were practically overflowing with sealed foods. And is that tracked in any way? And are those circumstances noted so that those tweaks can be made?
So I know pre-COVID, our waste, well, actually, when the whole program changed with the Healthy Hunger Act in 2010, there was an increase because of the regulations stating that students had to take this amount of produce, that there was a large amount of waste going because of the produce. We still saw it, and that's why the seasoning station started, was to get them, and they will put that seasoning on anything and eat it. I've seen students even poke a hole in bread and eat the bread because the seasoning was there. But it did help the waste, but also the share trays helped, because then students wouldn't throw items away. They would just place it for any other student to take. But at this point, I've heard they're, want to hurry up and eat and go, not enough time to eat or whatever, but the circumstances have become worse, but it has been nationwide. I've heard a lot of districts and directors say that the waste has increased. I don't have any numbers to say how many to know.
Okay.
But I know that there's a bill that we are working on to put in place so that we can separate the food from the paper goods so that it can be recycled. But that's coming next year. But as far as numbers, I don't have any.
Okay. Well, it's good to know that there's some efforts, in progress to help avoid some of that waste. And then you'd mentioned that there were audits that you're audited every 5 years. In our last audit, or our most recent, when was that?
1819.
1819. And were there any findings, any opportunities for improvement?
There were some, and I'd be happy to share those with you.
If you could, please, that would be
Sure.
great. So the questions that Trustee Kazakos asked, and also the findings or
Of
the
course.
opportunities for improvement.
Sure.
If you could send those to Mr. Collins to be disseminated to all trustees.
Okay.
And then I just want to add my voice. A phenomenal job during pandemic.
Thank you.
Our family actually drove through, since my husband is a teacher, we wanted to make certain that we were able to see what the food was that our students were eating, right? And so we were able to get those meals during the pandemic. And while the quality was not what we normally would expect, it was amazing that there was packaged food that could last, right? Because we don't know what circumstances many of our students are living in. And just getting those out to all of our students is phenomenal effort. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for the presentation tonight. Very colorful.
Thank you.
Very easy to understand. And just well thought out. And
Thank you.
thank you again for all of your efforts and all of your time. And again, please extend to the rest of your team the gratitude from all of our board members.
I will. Thank you so
Ms.
much.
Williams. There's nothing further. Thank you. Move on to item 8C, report on combination classes. Mr. Meisenheimer, please.
Thank you, Madam President and trustees. Tonight's report will provide you with the historical and recent information, as well as circumstances and priorities that drive the use of accommodation classes within the district. Combination classes in which students from two adjacent grades are grouped within one class under one teacher is a tool that districts use to manage uneven class sizes as well as managing facility use and personnel resources. Offering combination classes when appropriate is an effective strategy in order to conserve resources without sacrificing educational quality. Students maintain their current grade level, access to the specific grade level standards, content, curriculum, assessments, programs, and activities. Students are strategically placed in combination classes, and testing results indicate no notable variation in learning outcomes compared to peers in a single grade only classroom. MCSD does work to minimize combination classes where possible. We frequently eliminate some combination classes every year after the start of the school year when final enrollment numbers come in, and we are able to look at where students actually fall. And when available in the last several years, we've been able to eliminate those recently after school has started. The information builds upon this previous slide. Human resources will take into account several areas and priorities prior to making a combination class. Consultation with the site principal takes place in order to discuss all options that we have on the table. We do have to state a specific class sizes per the collective bargaining agreement, as well as state requirements for kindergarten through third grade, which is the 24:1 as far as a ratio overall. This will determine the maximum and minimum number of students allowed in a classroom. We strive to balance class sizes to the extent possible, not to have class sizes that are too large, as well as not having some that are too small, while keeping students in their neighborhood school to the extent possible, and try to avoid transferring or busing students to other sites whenever possible as well. The facility capacity is also taken into consideration, as well as we look at the school sites, see if there are unused or open classrooms available in which to start a new classroom. There's not always possible, given the needs at our sites for staff resources. Many of our elementary sites are already full. Space for counselor, psychologist, nurse, or other district programs also need space too as well. Sorry, let me go back one. Budget considerations are all taken into account as part of the overall FTE full-time equivalent numbers at the school site, but also well as the district, as support staff that may be needed as well in any additional classes that we may open up, including if the instructional aid is needed in that class, custodial supports also, if we were to open up a class as well. Budget considerations largely depend on the allocations from the state, which can fluctuate from year to year. During our last big recession, combination classes were more prevalent in the district as a cost-saving measure. However, recently, due with emergency funding, we were able to reduce many of the number of combination classes within the district. You will notice a decrease in combination classes in our district over the last 5 years. As long as the resources are available to maintain single grade level classrooms, that is our first choice, to have single grade level classrooms. As you can see from 2017-18 to 2021, currently this year, we have 9 combination classes in the district. We have made strategic decisions to eliminate combo classes where we can. With the use of emergency funding, as I mentioned, will help offset expenses in the general fund, as I've done the last couple of years. We keep combo classes low as we can based on funding available at that time, again, which fluctuates year to year. You also see here some student demographics and combination classes. Currently in all kindergarten through 6th grade classes, we have approximately 8,300 students. Whereas in our combo classes of 9 combo classes, currently we have 222 students, which accounts for about 2.5% of our overall student populations in K through 6. Combination class demographics are consistency to the single grade level only classes across the district. It should be noted also that the data sizes are obviously not equivalent when you're talking about 8,000 students when you compare it to demographics here when we talk about 222 students. This is a breakdown of school sites and the number of combination classes at each school site. Combination classes at school sites vary depending on enrollment. Most school sites have had a combination class at some point in their history. For example, last year, Chenoweth and Rivera Elementary School had combination classes, and this year they do not. If we look at some similar outcomes based on some data, students in combo classes I mentioned earlier show similar performance levels in ELA and math compared to students not assigned to these combo classes. As mentioned earlier, there is generally no notable difference in student achievement based on a single grade or in a combination class. And lastly, in combination classes, we try to provide as much support as possible. Several years ago, we brought in instructional aides to each combination class as support. We keep them to the lowest class size possible within the grade level. It's not always possible, but that is one of our goals. The strategic placement of students based on whether the student in a combination class may be a good fit for that individual student. Recently, we negotiated with MCTA on planning time for teachers, as well as we were able to work with MCOE on developing some professional development for teachers designed specifically for combination classes and those teachers. So with that, I'll entertain any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Meisenheimer. Can you define strategic student placement, please?
When I
What-
talk about teacher placement, they look generally, and it may vary from site to site, but generally when they look at a combination class, it may be that they would look at potentially one grade level, for example, a second grade, they may look at high second grades and middle. If it's a third grade, different combination, they may look at a middle achievement level.
Okay.
They may look at students who may work well individually and stuff like that. So it's more of it's really just looking at the students and looking at kind of the both classes, working with the teachers and the principal in which to, that's up to the site principal in which to make the combination class as successful as possible.
Thank you. I saw on one of the graphs, breakdown of class by SES and by Hispanics. This percentages look incredibly high.
I'm sorry, for which groups again? I'm sorry, ma'am.
The SES, socioeconomically, the SES disadvantaged and Hispanics. I'm wondering if the 66%, I'm sorry. Let me restate. SES disadvantaged, much higher percentage in combo class. Can you speak to that, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I mean, that's the current breakdown, but we are comparing, for example, 8,000 students as opposed to comparing 222 students. That's the way the numbers. Sometimes it depends on, again, what school site and whether there's a high SED population at that school site. So again, it varies and fluctuates to a degree, but I don't know that these are 100% where we can correlate them together just because of the big effect size of both of them or the data size.
Okay. And then my last question before I turn it over to fellow trustees. I noticed there were just a limited number of locations where we have combo
Correct.
classes. Did you speak to that?
It really comes down to, again, just how the enrollment breaks down. As I
Mhm.
mentioned, there were like, for
Right.
example, I mentioned that there's like Chenoweth last year had a combination class,
Right.
which doesn't this year. I think Rare Elementary School had 2 combination classes and they don't this year. So it just kind of how the enrollment breaks down. Sometimes there's bubbles.
Sorry, I think I've asked the
sorry.
wrong question. Are you
Okay.
seeing a pattern of the same schools having combo classes year after year? That's the question.
Okay, there are some, for example, Muir tends to have more combination classes. Wright's had more combination classes in the past and they have one this year. Fremont, I recall, did not have combination classes last year. And so, but there are some schools that tend to have more combination classes. Where there's a bubble, it's based on a lot of times what their enrollment is. Some of the smaller schools tend to have more combination classes. We try again to reduce where we can, but it happens to be at those populations or that schools where those enrollment numbers are on the lower end.
Okay.
Because you're not spreading those numbers over larger groups of teachers or number of teachers. And
Mhm.
so it does tend to fall on some of the schools more than
So the
others.
smaller schools is what I'm hearing. Smaller schools tend to have more combo classes.
Generally, I can't say
Okay.
always, but yes, some of the smaller schools, or if you find one of the larger schools, for example, like RES last year, I believe had 2 and it just didn't work out for them to have one this year. Some of the larger ones don't tend to have as many, but it can happen.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Trustee Smith.
So I want to circle back to part of the conversation you were just having with President Olivares Kidwell. I'm going to ask Dr. Seaton to jump in here. So I'm looking at your dark blue, light blue shaded combination classes demographics. Isn't the data we want to look at the number of children in each demographic group who are in a combo class, and then compare that against what's the percentage of those kids relative to all kids in the demographic group, right? This doesn't tell me anything. This is comparing hundreds, if not thousands of children to dozens of kids, right? So I would appreciate seeing the data regraphed in that way.
Okay.
Absolute number of children in a demographic group who are in a combo class. And then that is X percent of all of our kids in that demographic group. But I digress. I think a key slide is actually the one right before it, Mr. Meisenheimer. Before this board became a TV show, the board was very upset about the number of combo classes. And I want to point out a positive. I think the two of you, Mr. Collins, I'm looking at him as well, get some credit for this. Combo classes seem to be developed at the drop of a hat. And when I was a new board member, it seemed like going to a point that my colleague was making. Combo classes seem to show up at schools where parents don't complain very much. And there's equity issues there, and we won't go off on that track. So, I think you should take some credit for reducing the number of combination classes. It seems to me, though, that we need to continue to do better. And so what's really the problem, right? So I think we were dancing around it. It seems like there's a facilities issue here as well.
Sure.
That facilities subcommittee group needs to think about, and the board needs to think about, attendance boundaries, building new capacity for our students, with an eye towards one of the goals being to reduce the need to go to a combo class instead of overflowing children.
Correct.
Right. So I'd say that's value number one. Two, I look at your academic data, slide 7, similar outcomes. And we've heard this from Dr. Seaton as well. I mean, I have no reason to think that this isn't true. But it does give the teacher and the students and the parents a different experience. Right. And it's not necessarily what they expect. In many cases, it may not be what they want. Right. So, then to me, that means we need to take a look at what are the supports we're providing for the teachers, the students, and the parents. And if we have to go to a combo class to avoid overflowing 20 kids across town, right? Do we have all the supports in place that we need? So I would like to hear at a future meeting, are we doing everything we need? Are we getting feedback that we need to do more? What can the board do, to steal a line from Mr. Brooks over there? What can we do to make your job and the combination teacher's job easier? That's just me reflecting. And I'd love to take a 5-minute break so I can get some dinner after this section of the agenda.
Noted.
I am going to echo the concern that Muir has too many combination classes today, and it gets too many combination classes historically. I'm not sure why that is. I don't know that we know. Maybe we can't know, but there probably are affirmative steps we need to take to try to address that. So at this point, I see Mr. Rouse is coming up to the podium, so I'll reserve the rest of my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks?
Okay. First question I have, is there any other alternative to combination class?
Some of the alternatives would be opening up classrooms if they were available, or bringing in portables, to class. That's really expensive as well. So there's those considerations. Busing of students to other schools, depending on if there is opening spots available. So those are two options in which to avoid combination classes. Because also I want to say, if we're opening up a combination class, we also don't want classes, for example, it's not, budget. It's not good for the budget as well to have classes with only, 5, 7, or 10 kids with it as well. So some ideas were brought out. Well, why don't we bring kids from different schools if there's small numbers and bring them to create, for example, a 4th grade? Then it's into busing of students and the neighborhood school kind of philosophy the board's had in the past. That doesn't necessarily match with that too as well.
Okay. And then you said the combination classes were funded by emergency funds, correct?
what they're funded out of, and Ms. Parker can speak to that better than I can. They're funded out of general fund. However, the emergency funds we received from the state, we've been able to divert some of the expenses out of the general fund. So it hasn't hit the general fund as much, or there's other money in the general fund. But traditionally, yes, they're not necessarily funded from emergency funds. We've just been able to divert other, pay for other things out of those, if I said that correctly.
Gotcha. And can we define combination classes? Because as a parent, I've always had experience with combination classes. I have a daughter that's in inclusion classes.
Right.
And then I also have another daughter that's in Montessori, which is always usually a combination class.
Right.
What's the difference? Because Montessori, she excels. So what's the difference between the Montessori combination class and a regular combination class, which I know there's a huge difference as far as the learning and the teaching. So why can't all combination classes be kind of Montessori if that's the case?
That's a good question. When we talk about multi-grade, that's not necessarily a combination class. When we talk about Montessori, special day class is another one too as well, where we have multi-grades in there. Middle school PE, sometimes are multiple grades. They're teaching the same concepts and the same curriculum to all the students in that grade. Where you're talking about a combination class, traditionally we're talking about adjacent grade levels, and they have two different curriculums, two different assessments that they have to do within that same class. So for example, in 7th and 8th grade PE or in special day class, they are teaching generally, not always, and Dr. Seaton's probably better prepared to speak to that, but they're teaching as a whole to the whole group. Same content generally, same standards potentially. In special day classes, it would be based on their IEP necessarily, whereas when you have two adjacent grades, you have two different assessments, two different curriculums, two different standards that you're teaching to.
That sounds difficult.
So I don't know
for
if
the teacher. Wow,
Yeah,
that's a lot.
it is.
And
It
do
is.
we consider combination classes with disabled and regular kids? Is that considered a combination class?
There are classes that have students who may be on IEPs that are
Mhm.
not, especially in a special day class. They may be resource students or students who have those special needs, and they may be in combination classes, but not generally.
And
as a
are
practice.
those, I'm just trying to figure out, are those counted in the number, in this number that I see for the 9 combination classes? I'm just trying to figure out, are the inclusionary classes and the Montessori classes included, or is it just the straight?
Well, they
two-
may have, if I understand the question, they may have students in there that have special needs, but they're not established that way. For example, it's looked at, I may have a student on an IEP who happens to be in a 2nd, 3rd grade combo class. But not necessarily that it's designed to have, it is an inclusive practice, I guess you would say. Or I don't know if I'm answering that.
No,
correctly.
yeah. I was just trying to figure out, in the inclusionary classes, are they considered in this 9 combination classes that I see?
No, so I think what you're
Oh,
referring to
okay.
is special day classes, and they are
No,
not,
I'm
they are
sorry.
not included in this
Okay.
number. Because that's a standard district program, standard actually educational program of special day class, which is based on student IEPs and student levels. So they're not included in those numbers.
Okay.
And neither are the Montessori
Okay.
special programs.
Gotcha. So why, once again, why we can't have all combination classes be a Montessori class?
Well, not everybody wants a Montessori class.
Really?
Yeah.
No, really.
Believe it or not. And so that's plus there is obviously very specific training for the teachers in the Montessori program as well. So Montessori is a special program. It is not the standard educational program.
Gotcha. I just thought, it's excelling. It's a wonderful program, especially if you're going to have 2 grades together. Might as well excel their education opposed to the opposite. But I appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you.
Trustee Espinoza.
Thank you, President Skidwell. Yeah, I guess my question is, maybe it's gone over my head. I'm just not too sure, I guess, what the big deal with combo classes is, because to me, it seems like, there's the big bonus that it puts a relief on resources, and then we can, use those resources better for other students and low class size teachers, whatnot. And then there's not really a hit to the scores, at least that we can see relative. So what is the, I mean, I understand it's hard for teachers, but it seems like we've been able to manage pretty well, and probably it's with student selection and the teacher selection and really strategizing, who can handle that type of environment. So I guess, could you clarify to me, like, why has it been the mission of MCSD to historically like lower it, other than like just public opinion, but like to improve the students? Like, if it's not hurting the scores and adds relief of resources, what's the drive?
I mean, I guess, and it's a great question. I appreciate that. It is, our main goal is that we do have single classrooms. That is, the goal. We feel that is the best optimal model. We are saying that, combination classes do happen, and we support them to the full extent that we can. And we don't see necessarily a notable size in the scores necessarily, and that's from the data that we get. It is probably a little more difficult, on the teacher to teach 2 different grade levels, and we support that. Not every parent necessarily wants their kids, in a combination class. However, there are some parents who actually don't mind their kids in a combination class and seeing their kids thrive in a combination class. So I think there's things on both sides of that. If I'm answering it, correctly, is that I want to say that we traditionally will have sometimes first-year teachers in our combination classes, because teachers who can transfer out of those classes just because of the transfer process. So that, and just being able to support them. So I think that there's pros and cons, like I mentioned, from different perspectives of people on combination classes. But our goal has always been, where we can, to minimize them or to eliminate them. And then our ultimate goal is to always have, single classrooms. But there is a financial piece to that, and there is a facilities piece to that, which makes combination classes where we, in some cases, we have to have.
Right. Yeah. And necessary almost. And so, yeah, I guess, to piggyback off of Trustees Brooks' comments, in that if they're here to stay, and we can try to limit them, but they aren't hurting too much. Just, I guess the question becomes like, well, what's our strategy to like support them the best they are? If they're going to be there, how can we make sure that they're going to be there? And you said you're supporting them in terms of like the teacher. And so I guess my question is like pulling in, like, I guess, like drawing in, the strength. How are we supporting the teachers in supporting that environment, making sure, if it is a different grade level, honestly, kind of using that, what strengths are available in that? Maybe, we have peers who are at a higher level so they can collaborate, or maybe they can have more resiliency on time. How are we using that to try to like make the best of the situation?
We try to, again, with those, you kind of mentioned it, with the strategic placement of students, that could be certainly for those, the professional development of supporting teachers, in that area. The instructional aides that we brought in, again, so you have another adult in the room, and so you might be able to teach to, one grade, while the instructional aides working with other grades, the other grade in the classrooms, providing those supports as well. We can always look for areas in which we can do better. We can always look for areas in which we can support. The principal is a huge support on the school site for combination classes, to ensure that they do understand that, they do recognize that. But how can we support the principal to also support those teachers, because they're on that school site, understanding, especially when we place students there, and how that works, and then ensuring that we provide the professional development to them. I think the aides was, under Mr. Collins, when the aides were brought in, that was a big support to them, to know that there was another adult in that room in which to work with 2 different groups of students.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That answers all my questions.
Trustee Kazakos.
Thank you. Who are our combo class teachers? Are these teachers who have signed up or shown interest in wanting to teach these classes? Teachers that are experienced or have any kind of expertise doing this?
Well, it depends on the site, and it depends on, obviously, the grade level and whether we're going to have a combination class in there. Generally, based on what the contract states, if we have to create a combo class within a grade level, it's the lowest senior person at that grade level that will take the combination class. We'll back up. We will offer it to those that want to volunteer for it. If not, then per contract, it becomes the lowest senior person at that grade level.
Do we ever get teachers to volunteer to teach the combo classes?
We do.
And when we have new or newer teachers who are going to teach the combo classes who maybe didn't necessarily raise their hand to do that, or maybe even if they did, do the newer teachers always have a support, an aide?
Right. They're supposed to have an assigned instructional aid to that classroom, correct? Yes. All but combination classes.
So they do always have an aide.
Right. Well, there are some times if there's an aide that's resigned or we're trying to fill, but district policy is that, or procedures that there is one assigned to that room, and then we look to fill for that if need be.
And is that just if the teacher is newer, or is that for any combination class will always have an aide?
Any of the combination classes.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kazakos. I'd like to just point out that the supports for combination classes that you mentioned, in addition, there is a stipend for now that
Yes.
we brought in, this board voted in, right?
There was. Thank you for recognizing that. Yes.
I think that's really important. I think that that this board has noted that combos are not ideal, and that we, with, of course, the recommendations from staff, have done everything that we can to provide those supports.
Mhm.
Prior to my time on this board, I did not understand the need for combo classes. And now I understand that they are unfortunately a necessity in some cases.
Mhm.
And that I have seen that this staff has done the best that they can to minimize those as much as possible. And when they have to happen, there are additional supports.
Correct.
So making the best of a bad situation. I like my colleague Espinoza's perspective, which is this could be an opportunity,
Mhm.
right? It could be an opportunity. I know that when I was in a combo class, that there were opportunities to do sort of teaching, right? Guidance, some independent study work or some independent work. It really was a positive experience.
Thank you.
So I have no further questions. This is a report item. Is there anything else? Nope. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Meisenheimer.
Thank you.
If you'd like to speak, I'd appreciate hearing what Mr. Rouse has to say.
Were you standing up to speak or were you standing up to stretch?
I'm sorry, that microphone's not on.
And we'll need, do we have a timer?
Thanks, Doug. Ron Rouse, MCTA, and I appreciate that the district has actually reduced some of these our combo classes, but I feel that we neglected to talk about a combo class that's on almost, I think, every elementary site, and that's the TK kindergarten. And those are two completely different curriculums. They're two different sets of standards. And so it's a combo. We feel those teachers are working a combo there too. So I just think the numbers should reflect that. And I know that those numbers, we're all trying to get those numbers down, but that is a combination class on, I think, every elementary district or site rather. And I think we should not forget those are also a combination class. Also, speaking to the teachers that teach those classes, as soon as they get tenure, they're trying to get out. So Jessica, you asked a very valid point, a question. The teachers don't want to teach that. You might have a few that do, but by and far, they all are trying to get out and not have to teach a combo class. So just wanted to face a reality, what's really happening as far as the teacher's desire to teach that is just not there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? All right, thank you. Moving on to item 9. So at this point, unless anyone has anything to pull within the consent calendar, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
So moved, and thank you to staff for making my requested changes to the board policies.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Do we have any callers?
We have no callers at this time, Madam President.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, no further comments, call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos.
Aye.
Trustee Brooks.
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza.
Aye.
Trustee Smith.
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries. Moving on to item 10. Item 10A, 10B, and 10C. They are all change orders. I trust that they are within the percentage that's allowable.
That is correct, Madam President.
I'm sorry, Mr. Testa, Dr. Testa, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I would ask if we could possibly look at these with regards to a slate. If you could read them, all three of them. Do you believe that they qualify to be approved as a slate?
I do, Madam President.
Thank you. So if you would please read each recommendation.
Very good. And thank you, board members. It is recommended that the Board of Education accept item 10A, the request for change order for the Merced City School District 21st Century Classroom Technology Upgrades Project for package A, bid package A, and item 10B for the 21st Century Classroom Technology Upgrades Project bid package B, as well as item 10C, recommendation to the Board of Education to accept the change order number 1 and 2 for the 80 Givens Elementary School Student and Support Services Housing Addition Project, Phase 2.
Thank you, Dr. Testa. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve Dr. Testa's slate.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Are there any callers?
We have no callers at this time, Madam President.
We have a motion and a second. No callers, no further discussion. Call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos.
Aye.
Trustee Brooks.
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza.
Aye.
Trustee Smith.
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Testa, for making it so quick. Moving on to item 11A. Dr. Seaton and Ms. Castro.
Thank you, Madam President. This item will be presented by Ms. Elena Castro tonight.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Castro.
you. Thank you, and good evening, President Olivares Kidwell, trustees, Interim Superintendent Collins, Cabinet, and members of the community. It is my pleasure to share with you the highlights from the draft Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Plan, or ESSER 3. Local education agencies, or LEAs, are required to explain how they use the third allocation of these funds to support safe in-person learning and students' social, emotional, and other needs as a result of the pandemic through 2024. The district is projected to receive $45,461,732 to address these needs. Spending restrictions require that at least 20% of the funds are used to address learning loss. The restrictions guidance is located on pages 10 and 11. LEAs were asked to use feedback from the Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, and other community partner engagement to inform this plan. In addition to the LCAP and Expanded Learning Opportunity, or ELO plan, district staff conducted thought exchange from September 14th through October 11th to seek further community input. We received 428 responses in English and 37 responses in Spanish. We also hosted 6 one-hour ESSER 3 information sessions for the public in multiple languages and met in person with our labor partners, MCTA and CSEA, and representatives from the Merced Black Parallel School Board. Pages 4 through 6 contained detailed descriptions of all actions proposed for this plan. Based on the information we received, we identified 14 actions from the current LCAP and ELO plans that can be enhanced with this ESSER funding. For example, further enhancing STEAM and enrichment, maintaining direct student services through 2024 with specialized staff such as speech therapists, clinical behavior health staff, counselors, instructional aides, and also maintaining safe learning environments through sanitization and attention to ventilation systems. We added 6 new actions, including funding the reading and literacy and added authorization to enhance teachers' self-efficacy in teaching reading, providing support for parents of students participating in long-term independent studies to enhance program navigation and increase student engagement, replenishing and restoring technology items, books, and other resources that were lost or not returned to us during the pandemic, funding a COVID-19 coordinator and clerk to manage the intricacies of contact tracing, vaccination, and mitigation requirements, increasing outdoor learning and eating spaces through purchasing items such as outdoor tables and shade structures. Last, we included funds to distribute to all school sites as an allocation to support unique needs created by the pandemic. For example, replenishing materials that were delayed in the supply chain and caused the need to cancel the order and then to reorder it. There is a requirement for board approval prior to October 29th. No public hearing is required. The plan must be submitted to the County Office of Education within 5 days of approval. The plan is considered a living document, which means we have the flexibility to revise it if needed. I am happy to take any questions you might have prior to making the recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. The one question I have, I heard COVID-19 coordinator, which I remember, COVID-19 clerk.
There's a clerk assigned to coordinator for some support, yes.
Did that, I don't remember that. Can somebody help me understand?
Mr. Meisenhammer might be able to help you.
Right. We
Yes.
did
I'm sorry.
hire a COVID coordinator, as well as we're in the process of hiring a COVID clerk to go with that position, or to supplement that position too.
Was that run? I remember approving the COVID coordinator.
Mhm.
Was that part of that approval?
What? I don't remember. I'll have to get back, because I know that the coordinator was a new position, so that came before the board. But we did post for a COVID clerk, or a clerk that would basically serve in the COVID, I guess, office.
Did that position come from another location? Or-
No, that was an additional position.
I'm sorry, what's that?
That was an additional position.
An additional position.
It didn't have to come to the board for approval because it wasn't a new position, meaning it's a clerk position. That's office staff.
Okay. So it was
We
all,
just termed it COVID clerk because that, kind of thing, but it's a clerk position.
okay. And again, my questions are not to be contentious, just so that I understand,
sure,
because I
sure.
know the amount of work that is required to handle all of the new requirements and everything that's associated with COVID. So thank you. That's the only question I have. Trustee Brooks,
And no questions.
trustee Espinoza,
I have no questions. I really appreciate the ESSER 3 plan.
trustee Kazakos.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
I can stall, although at this late hour, I don't know everybody would appreciate that.
I want to acknowledge the professional courtesy that President Oliveras Kidwell just showed me so I could finish eating. I have 2 questions, Ms. Castro.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to miss these zoom ins I can always tell that you and I live in the same neighborhood when I see you in your kitchen giving your presentations. I am looking at slides 5 and 6 of of the report. I know I'm missing something, but why do we have $3 million for our intervention teachers separately itemized from another $2 million expenditure for our intervention teachers? Which would be the
One is
bottom
intervention.
line on 5 and the second from the top on 6.
The second from the top on 6 are full-time intervention aides, not teachers.
Oh, I see. There you go. That's what I missed. Okay.
Okay.
And that's part of the robust build out of our intervention support that the board and Mr. Collins collaborated on a couple of meetings ago.
I believe so.
Okay. Now, you probably said this and I was trying to eat a salad. This is one-time money, the ESSER funds, right?
This is the third allocation of our emergency funding. There was no requirement for a plan prior to. However, with this third disbursement, there's a requirement for a plan, and there's recommendation or the way the plan template is structured, it links to other plans. And so in this last allocation, the state was very clever because they want us to use these funds in tandem with other actions, in tandem with other funds to be able to move forward with the actions that we need to through 2024. And so if I can elaborate just a second, I don't want to prolong the meeting, but the ESSER funding that we've been receiving in increments, there's always a timeline associated with that. This third allocation, because it stretches into 2024, will allow us to maximize, for example, staff, right? How sustainable is staff going to be out of one-time money? Well, this helps us stretch our dollar.
Okay, and that's basically where I was going, is wanted to hear the thought process for continuing this resource once we get past this emergency funding. So I appreciate that. Last question on this, I'm looking at the line at the top of page 6, where we've got $900,000 for the provision of musical instruments, equipment, materials, and supplies to advance STEAM. So maybe tell me a little bit more about that. Are we buying more instruments with our emergency funding as opposed to through the foundation? Are we hiring staff? I mean, what are we doing to expand our music education?
Well, one way to do that is, yes, we would like to purchase more instruments. This gives us the opportunity to do that, as well as bring forward other enrichment for students under the STEAM umbrella. So I guess the simple answer, Dr. Smith, is yes, we would like to purchase more instruments. Is that all that we will be purchasing with this $900,000? No, there will be more to it than that. But it's time. It's time that we do something to help kids, all kids, reconnect. And for some kids, that's STEAM. For some kids, that's sports. And for some kids, it's something different.
So do you have a specific shopping list for this STEAM education line, or is that still to be determined?
It's under development. We have some of the items that our teachers have expressed that they would like us to explore, but I don't think we have all of them yet.
Okay. I'd be very curious to, as a community member and a trustee, to see that list when it gets developed. So I appreciate your answers, and thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Castro.
Thank you.
I think I hit everybody, correct? And I have no questions as this was presented to us in the budget subcommittee meeting. So,
May I make the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the expenditure plan for elementary and secondary emergency relief funds, ESSER 3.
I make a motion that we approve the recommended action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Nope. Hearing none, we have no callers. We'll call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos.
Aye.
Trustee Brooks.
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza.
Aye.
Trustee Smith.
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Castro.
Sure.
Item 11B, Merced County After School Student Education Teamwork for Success, or assets. Dr. Seaton.
Thank you, Madam President. item 11B and 11C could potentially be presented together as a concept tonight, but we will treat them as separate items. I just wanted to point that out before we move forward with that description. Ms. Elena Castro will be the lucky one to present both of these items as well. We also have with us tonight Maymua from Merced County Office of Education to address any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Ms. Castro.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to the after-school student education teamwork for success, or ASSETS program for 21-22, and the expanded learning after-school program together. So you might better understand how they are similar and how they are different from one another. In 2007, 15 of the district's now 18 school sites were selected to receive after-school education and safety, or ACES, grant funding based on the percentages of free and reduced lunch program participation, or FRMP. The ACES grant funds the ASSETS program facilitated through Merced County Office of Education. Neither Cruikshank Middle nor Peterson Elementary were eligible based on their counts. Over the years, the percentage for FRMP and participation in the program continued to rise incrementally. Because the original 15 schools were established recipients, the ASSETS program continued on their campuses. When requests for applications were open, the district reapplied for ACES funding for Cruikshank and Peterson, and the schools remained ineligible. The Department of Education declined the requests because the school's FRMP percentages fell below the eligibility threshold of 50% FRMP. Rivera Elementary School, upon opening, was eligible and became the 16th school of 18 in the districts to offer ASSETS. ASSETS is an after-school collaborative program operated by the Merced County Office of Education that provides staffing. They handle all the screenings and the hiring, professional development for staff. They provide fiscal agency, literacy instruction and development, tutoring, enrichment, and activities designed to complement and reinforce the regular academic program. The program runs from school dismissal until approximately 6 p.m., and it mirrors the district's calendar. ASSETS staff and school staff work together to provide a seamless transition from the school day to after-school enrichment. ASSETS and MCSD staff work collaboratively to document and monitor student attendance and provide student supports needed to stay engaged and connected to school. The district provides an in-kind match to the full grant amount allocated per school by providing facilities, clerical, cafeteria, custodial, and administrative staff time, custodial and instructional materials and supplies, and snacks. The quantity allocated to each site in the award notice goes beyond the base services provided by MCOE. The additional funds on the agenda item are discretionary. The school administration and ASSETS determine how to best use these additional funds to benefit students in the program. For example, funding a field trip or an assembly. This year, the Emergency ELO, Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, provide the chance to bring after-school program equity across the district by including Cruikshank and Peterson. In the ELO plan, funds for extending and expanding instructional time was approved. The district proposes we use a portion of these funds to provide a program similar to ASSETS, facilitated through MCOE, to provide this opportunity to extend learning beyond the school day. The district will incur 100% of the cost at the rate of $19.50 per student per day. We do not expect to meet or exceed the 30 student threshold for either school site. The cost projection attached to this item was calculated for 180 days. Again, joining us tonight is Dr. May Mua from MCOE's Educational Services Department to support responses to any questions or provide clarification before reading the recommendations. So having said that, are there any questions or comment regarding both of these items?
Would Ms. Mua please introduce herself?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. May Mua from Merced County Office of Education. I'm the Director of Student Programs in our Educational Services Department, and Assets is one of the programs that I oversee.
Very good. Thank you so much and welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
You're welcome.
Trustee Brooks.
So for the extended plan, I heard that Crookshank and Peterson cannot have assets, but you guys are going to come up with a program that's equivalent to access?
That is the proposal. Dr. Mua, do you want to confirm that?
Yes, that is the plan, is that Merced City would like to offer a similar assets program funded by the school district.
All right. Does Assets do tutoring or anything with literacy?
Yes, so we provide homework support during the after-school program. So we have 3 components to our program. One of them is homework support and tutoring. The second component is academic enrichment. And then the third component is physical activity provided to students.
All right. And last, is Assets the only after-school program out there, or do you guys compete with somebody?
Sorry, say that last part, please.
Is
Mr. Brooks.
Assets the only after-school program that we're utilizing, or do you have competition?
I believe Assets is one of the after-school programs in the Merced City School District. I'm not sure if Merced City also has another extended day or expanded learning program on their campuses.
All right.
Mr. Collins?
Yeah, Trustee Brooks, each school does typically offer extended day programs. And oftentimes if students are wanting to participate in, say, a extended day that the school is offering, and they also may be involved in Assets, then typically that they will check in with Assets and then go to the extended day at their school and then go back to their Assets program to finish the time until 6 p.m. when that's done. So that's all well managed by both the Assets and school site staff to make sure the students can go to both if they want to. So they don't conflict with each other.
Gotcha.
I think I'd like to add that there are various community organizations that offer after-school programs as well, if that's what you were questioning.
At the schools?
No, they are not at the schools. They're off-site, but there is competition for attendance. But because Assets is on campus, it's very convenient for working parents, working families.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Trustee Espinoza. Trustee Kazakos.
Nothing, thank you.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you. I think I want to start just by saying thank you, Ms. Castro, Mr. Collins, Dr. Mua for figuring out a solution. It's been 6 years since YEP was canceled under false pretenses at Peterson and Crookshank. And it took a while, but I'm glad that we've now figured out how to fill that gap. The 2 or 3 hardest hours for a working parent to fill for their kids, particularly 3rd grade and younger, is after school. This has been too long in coming, so I'm really pleased to see this. It has my full support. I think we need to work on in the future expanding the potential attendance and looking at the cost. When YEP had the plug pulled in 2015, there were over 60 kids and parents paid a nominal amount. And I would believe that the total amount was far less than what we're charging here. So I don't know how YEP Youth Enrichment Program matches up with assets. But I think we need to try to build this program, show some success, and hopefully expand it in years going forward, because we know that there are more than 30 kids who need after-school care at Peterson and Crookshank. But I'm glad that we've taken this step, guys, and look forward to it being fruitful and moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the questions I have, so I just want to make certain that our public understands that the reason that all of these other schools, we weren't purposely leaving out Crookshank and Peterson. They did not qualify because their population did not have the same challenges that was identified at these other schools. So my question is, for students that don't qualify, we're using our funds to provide that program. I understand the needs for working families and even for families who don't work outside the home to have some care after school hours. I get that. One of the questions I have is the allocation here is $105,300 for Peterson, $105,300 for Crookshank. How does that compare to the allocation at the other schools, which is only $15,000, $35,000, $10,000 in some cases? Dr. Mua or Ms. Castro, would you please speak to that?
Yes, on the on item 11B, those dollar amounts are not the dollar amounts to pay for the program. We don't pay anything for the program. MCOE, they received the ACES grant. They received the grant. Then we work through them. Those dollars that you see attached to item 11B are the discretionary funds that assets staff and the school staff collaboratively decide what to do with. We have had field trips. We have had numerous, pre-COVID, numerous assemblies. We have made purchases of storage for the program because they have materials that they need storage for. So it's a little bit deceiving. And it's, if you notice in the recommendation, what we're asking for is that we accept the program grant award, right? So that's why I wanted to put these items together, and I wanted to specify that item 11C was calculated for 180 days and that we would be paying for 100% of that. And so if you keep in mind that those allocations that are associated with 11B, those are all discretionary funds. We are not paying for students to participate in assets. MCOE has that and they pay for it.
But we would pay for the students at Peterson and Crookshank.
That is what is being proposed, yes, out of ELO grant funds where we stated we were going to expand the learning day.
So I'd like to also add, Madam Chairperson, that for example, the 35,000 per school site or 15,000 that you see in your list there, that is after we've accounted for all the staffing that we are putting at your campus, the admin oversight of the program, and fiscal support to run the program. That is what is left over for the school site to decide together with us on what programs and services we want to provide to the students on the specific school sites.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muad. So can one of you speak to the amounts and why there's such a vast range of amounts from 15 or 10,000 all the way up to 35,000?
So some of you, the elementary schools have a smaller grant because they serve less students, and our elementary schools have a larger grant which serves more students. I think we serve 100 students at each of the elementary schools and 40 at each of the elementary schools, the middle schools currently. And it also accounts for the differences in personnel because we have some personnel who have been there for a longer time. So they're probably on a higher salary step than other school sites. So that is why there are some fluctuations between the school sites.
Thank you, Dr. Mua. I have no other questions at this time. I believe we still have no callers.
I have one quick question. If That's okay.
Can I jump in and make a quick administrative motion to extend the meeting by 20 minutes?
I was just getting to that.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. Brooks, just for your education, when we have a limit of 10 o'clock.
Mhm.
So in order to move past 10 o'clock, we have to have board action to do so. So I
Gotcha.
will entertain a motion.
I just did.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll
Oh, I didn't
second.
hear you say that was a motion.
Sorry, it's late. I'll move to extend our meeting by 20 minutes, given that it's 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
I'll second that
I heard a
motion.
motion and a second. Is there any
Yes.
further discussion? Call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. Thank you for making that quick. So now back to 11B and 11C. If we could, I believe we could work both of these as a slate.
I'll move to approve items 11B and 11C as presented.
Have we had the recommendation?
No,
You read it at the beginning. Oh, come on.
I read one, but not both.
Yeah, just one, not both. Thank you, Ms. Castro, if you would, please.
My pleasure. The first recommendation, it is recommended that the Board of Education accept the Merced County After School Student Education Teamwork for Success Assets Program Grant Award in the amount of $495,000 for the 2021-2022 school year. The second recommendation, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract to expand after-school programming provided by Merced County Office of Education in the amount of $110,600 for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you.
I will again now on solid procedural footing, move to approve 11B and 11C as presented.
I hear a motion. Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? We have no callers. Call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Moa. Thank you, Ms. Castro.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moa.
Thank you.
We move on to item 11D, board policy. Before we move on, does anybody need a break?
I'll take a quick break.
Okay, so
Get
let's
some
do a
coffee.
let's do a quick 3-minute break. This shouldn't be long, so 3-minute break. We will reconvene at 10:05. Seaton.
Thank you, President Oliveris, Kidwell trustees. This item 11D is placed on the agenda this evening for board discussion only. No decision needs to be made tonight. And it is the board's discretion to extend it to a future meeting as well for further discussion. Here are 3 supporting documents related to board policy 5132, dress and grooming students. This was originally adopted on September 23rd, 2008. The second document that was attached is a California School Board Association sample policy 5132, which was retrieved from their website on October 18th, 2021. And then finally, the MCSD parent handbook dress code derived from both board policy and administrative regulations as it presents in the 2021-2022 school year.
I'm sorry, but that was in the 2021,
Yes,
2022
the
handbook?
third, yes, the third dress code that's a parent handbook from 2021, 2022.
Thank you. So I will, first of all, start by saying thank you for bringing this before the board. I've been asking for a very long time. My daughter is in her 3rd year of college, and I began asking about dress code when she was in kindergarten. So it's taken some time, but I'm glad we're all here now. And I know you can't speak to that because you weren't here. The first thing that I would ask is that dress code violations will not result in loss of instructional time for any student. I think it's important to note that on the CSBA sample, that their last revised date was in 2019. Just want all of my fellow trustees to note that. And then on the standardized student dress, one of the requests that I would have is that we would consider, and I know we're just moving through a discussion, but I would like to bring for discussion that when we talk about head coverings, that we make some exceptions for religious observance. And however that needs to be stated. And that we make, we consider for discussion the need to cover all of student undergarments, because I understand that there may be a waistband showing or a strap showing. And that we look at updating sleeveless shirts or tops, because many of our styles are still conservative and appropriate, but could be sleeveless. So those are some items that I would suggest for discussion. And now I will open it up to my fellow trustees. Start with Trustee Smith.
I might need more time to review these documents in light of your comments, President Oliveris Kidwell. I know you brought it up a couple of times before. I'm not sure I always saw exactly where in the policy documents was the point of concern. And I think I would want to make sure that we are in focusing on standards of dress and what's acceptable and what's not in 2021 versus 2008, that we're not undoing some of the security type provisions in here about gang related apparel, things of that nature. My only thought as the dad of a little girl in our district is not so much the written language here, but we've now been at 2 schools, and it seems like the implementation of these policies are explained differently to the kids and the parents. My daughter thinks that at Peterson, she couldn't wear a dress that was more than 2 fingerlets from her extended arm, and in Burbank, that rule doesn't exist. Whatever the rule is, I can't believe that the policy is implemented differently one elementary school versus another. So I would appreciate a chance to read these documents in detail and talk again if there's going to be some kind of textual changes. But I do think, based on my experience, that President Oliveris Kidwell has a point that we want to try to unify the implementation of our dress code, whatever it is. But I do think we need to keep an eye on prohibitions against gang-related apparel and other dress that has a safety and security concern.
Thank you.
My thoughts.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks?
Extensive, but I don't have any questions or concerns at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Espinoza?
I'm sorry, Trustee Espinoza, your microphone's not on. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, I did not have a fully formed opinion on this. I know just in my time that students did have an issue with dress code. They felt it was outdated. It was more strictly enforced on one gender than the other, and this caused some strife. It probably it's always good to review these things and make sure. I'll concur with President Oliver's Kidwell, something like sleeveless shirts. Maybe we reconsider if that's something that we need to take a hard stance on, or if it does just pose even like dressing. Sometimes it's difficult to buy the clothings of or the items of clothing that are allowable at school. But there are discussions to be had in the future, and so I appreciate it being brought up, and then with time to giving board members time to consider it. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Kazakos?
Thank you. Everybody's already brought up great points to consider or to add to our conversation with this. The only thing that I would want to say that is different is in one document, it just said that footwear needed to have a back strap, but I think it's important and maybe just something to talk about, but for your toes to be covered too. There are a lot of shoes that have back straps but have toes exposed, and I think that could pose a safety issue, but I don't recall having seen it on our 2008 or in the other sample that we have here in front of us. So that was the only thing that I wanted to add that was different than what's already been stated.
Thank you, Trustee Kazakos. So I think that one of the discussion items or one of the discussion points is to ensure that whatever dress code we write is respectful of the families that we have and the SES that we have in our district. Also, the lack of available choices, what's sold in the city of Merced for those that don't have the resources to move outside or the time to move outside of the city to shop. We have to be mindful that students have what they have and that we can't always hold them accountable when they don't have options. I know that we have, and I'm getting into a further discussion, I know that we do have some closets, some student closets that are on campus where students can go and get clothing if they need it. I think that's an important part of the dress code, and maybe that's something that we could mention to our parents to help relieve the burden on our students when they don't have the resources to purchase what we deem as appropriate attire. The next thing I would suggest is that we look at ensuring that our dress code is gender-free. That there is, Trustee Kazakos mentioned, there is no burden on his particular gender, or as Trustee Espinoza mentioned, that there's no burden on a particular gender. And Merced Union High School District just released their updated dress code. And it's probably the most inclusive and well thought out dress code I've read in a long time. And I know not all of it will apply because we have, as I discussed with Superintendent Collins, that we have age ranging from 4 years of age all the way up to 12, 13-year-olds. And there's a dramatic difference in bodies and maturity levels. It's not an easy process. And I thank you for bringing it to us and for hearing our discussion. I know there's no action taken, but I look forward to having another discussion in the future. Perhaps some documents could be brought to us that incorporate some of the suggestions that you've heard tonight for further discussion. If there's nothing else, think we
Okay,
can
thank
move on.
you
Do you have,
very much.
you feel like you have what you need to move forward?
Yes, we can do that. We can bring forward some documents for further discussion. Yes.
So I
in the
have I
future
have a
meeting.
follow-up question.
Yeah.
I mean, this is trickier, I think, than we think. So of course, the policy has to be gender neutral. On the other hand, boys and girls have different bodies, wear different types of clothes. There's different styles between the genders. So I'd also want to hear from council at some point, you know, what's acceptable and what's not. Because nobody's talking about going to a uniform. Everybody wears a baseball jersey to school kind of thing, right? So I agree with President Oliveras Kidwell that we should be as gender neutral as possible. We also need to understand that boys and girls, a lot of times are wearing different clothes, different styles, right? So there has to be a line that is somewhere away from the absolute. So I'd appreciate some guidance from council on that question, and maybe we should take a look at the high school district policy.
Okay, got it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seaton. Moving on to item 12A, reduction or elimination of particular kinds of classified services. Mr. Meisenheimer?
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution addresses the need to eliminate classified personnel positions to the level that's been recommended by staff, individual departments, and/or school sites. This will begin the layoff process of a classified employee who will no longer be employed in the position they presently hold. It may cause displacements based on job classifications and seniority. It is recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number P02 2021-22 to eliminate a classified employee service due to lack of work and/or lack of funds.
Trustee Smith?
I'll be honest, I continue to struggle with this one. Shared my thoughts in other contexts. I feel like the district's hands are tied. On the one hand, you want to eliminate a position for which it's become obsolete or there's no work. On the other hand, we're talking about laying off an employee. We're talking about laying off an employee with skills that we need. This person is a receptionist who's bilingual. You know, I'm a pretty smart guy. I continue to not understand how CBAs and laws have to lay somebody off to reduce a position and then cause a chain reaction down the line of employees to fit this person back in. I don't know. I was planning to vote no tonight. I think given the explanation I've heard from the district, which I'll ask you to repeat for the public, I might be able to see my way clear to accept this, but with the strongest admonition, at least for me personally, that the district and CSEA work together to figure out how to keep this person employed and use her skill set. I'm assuming it's a her. I probably should do that. This person's skill set, because to think that we don't need bilingual staff in our district is an absurd thought. So it's hard to find good people as it is in 2021. If they don't have a job to do at nutrition services, that's fine, but there's got to be a job this person can do somewhere. So I'll continue to mull it over as I hear my colleagues, but you know, I think those are the talking points.
If I may, as we stated, Trustee Smith, that, you know, it's elimination of a position and, you know, there is a person attached to that, but we absolutely want to utilize that skill set and we're not looking to completely lay off that person from a position, and we will work with CSEA as we have done in the past, and we will find a landing spot for that person to utilize the best of their skills and ability. That we're committed to doing that.
And I hear you. I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Brooks?
I think I've got all the answers that I've need so far, so thank you.
Trustee Espinoza?
I concur. Thank you.
Trustee Kazakos?
It is late and now it's later, so I will just say that I agree with Trustee Smith with all the things he said and the points that he made. I think losing a good employee is there's never a good time to do that, but now is an exceptionally more challenging time to be losing good employees, especially one with assets like being bilingual in Spanish. Certainly, I'm sure we could use this person somewhere else. So I hope that we don't lose them altogether. I'm sure they're a great asset to our organization.
Thank you, Trustee Kazakos. I stand with Trustee Smith and Trustee Kazakos. And I'm certain my fellow trustees over here feel the same way. That while we have a very difficult time approving this, we understand the reason behind it. But again, the admonition as issued by Trustee Smith is that we will work very clearly with CSEA and this particular staff member so that we do not lose them, that they have a position that is comparable to what they have now. That just has to be how we move forward.
Okay.
So with that, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So if I could just interject, just to make sure that the action we're about to take or not take is valid, can I move to extend our meeting by another 20 minutes?
We asked that. Yeah, we have to move to suspend bylaws because we only get one extension.
I thought it was 2. Okay. I'll move to suspend the bylaws so I can move to extend our meeting by 20 minutes.
I have a motion. Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Trustee Kazakos?
If you're asking if there's any further discussion, no, I don't have any on amending our bylaws to extend.
I'm sorry. I heard that there was no further discussion, so I was calling for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Thank you. Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
We're voting on an extension, right?
We're voting on suspending the bylaws
Yes.
so that we can extend.
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza, Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. We need to make
I'll-
a second motion.
I'll move to extend our meeting by another 20 minutes.
I hear a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. We are extended. Bylaws suspended with
We're here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Please tip your server.
2 drink minimum. Okay, so now we will move. We have, did you make your motion or we were waiting to make your motion?
I
until
was
we could?
only jumping in on the procedural issue.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I will have the courage to make the motion to accept the resolution as presented with the admonition that I made, that you heard from the board. And I'd like a report back at the appropriate time to hear where this person's been refitted. Or if not, then what's been done.
I will second with the admonition. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? We have no callers. With no further discussion and no callers, I call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 12B, clinicians employed on the basis of provisional internship permit. Mr. Meisenheimer, please.
Thank you, Madam President. School districts are required to submit proof to the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing that a diligent search has been conducted for a suitable credentialed teacher or qualified internship before a teacher can obtain a provisional internship permit. With that, as recommended, the Board of Education approve the intent to employ 2 clinicians, Kenya J. Chavez and Rebecca J. Wainwright, on the basis of having a provisional intern permit for the 2021-2022 school year. If I may as well, Kenya Chavez currently has a bachelor's degree in management and business economics from UC Merced, but found her passion in teaching with students. She's currently employed or enrolled in a multiple subject teaching program at CSU Stanislaus, and Rebecca Wainwright has a bachelor's degree in liberal studies from Stanislaus. She's pursuing her credential at this time and getting enrolled in the credential program from CSUS.
So highly qualified candidates.
Absolutely, yes,
So worthy of an exception.
yes.
Any questions? Trustee Smith? Trustee Brooks, any questions? Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Kazakos? Any questions?
No.
Hearing none, we have no callers. I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. No further discussion and no callers. Call for a vote. Trustee Kazakos?
Aye.
Trustee Brooks?
Aye.
Trustee Espinoza? Trustee Smith?
Aye.
I too am an aye. Motion carries. At this point, we move on to the events calendar review. I trust that all the trustees, I am sure that all the trustees have had an opportunity to review the events calendar.
I want to thank Principal Don Hubble and the Fremont team for inviting all of us up here to the Fremont Honor Choir event at the Mainzer. Unfortunately, at 6 o'clock on November 9th, we will all be sitting here. So we'll be with you in spirit, Fremont, and enjoy your time at the Mainzer.
And just to piggyback on what Trustee Smith said, I hope that we will get at least a snippet of the choir on video for a future meeting. Moving on to item 14, governance calendar review. All trustees have reviewed that, I'm certain. We move now to item 15A, board member roundtable. Trustee Smith.
Nothing tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Kazakos?
Just thank you to all of our staff for continuing to get us through the school year, and please drive safe around our schools.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Espinoza?
I'll keep it brief and just say, I am down with being
I'm sorry, your microphone's not on.
All right. I was gonna say I am amenable to, or I am excited to accept to be a chaperone for Camp Green Meadows for our invitation from a teacher earlier, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Espinoza. I would like to propose a day in the life of a student made available to our trustees, where we ride the bus, we eat the lunch, we sit in the classrooms, we play on playgrounds. If we can make that happen safely, I would ask that that be presented as an opportunity to our trustees. And then I will try to keep this brief. On occasion, trustees receive emails with regards to events or phone calls from parents with concerns. Most recently, there have been some complaints of racial bullying, racial epithets, and yet we haven't heard any of them in a formal context. But at each of our sites, when these incidents are brought to the attention of our site leads or administrators that are on site, there must be outrage. There must be absolute outrage when these events happen. And if we don't act swiftly and forcefully, then we allow this behavior to continue. We must take a stand. We must make it absolutely clear that harassment of any protected status and bullying of any sort is not acceptable, and that full disciplinary action must be taken. Our students must not only be safe, but they must feel safe. This must be enforced across our district, consistently across our district with no exceptions. That concludes my report. I will call for adjournment at 10:31 p.m. Thank you, everyone.